Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being here. We're going to call this meeting to order. It's now 3:00 p.m. I'd like to go ahead and have the board introduce themselves at this time. District 1.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. And for those that are online, thank you for joining us at our special board meeting here this afternoon. And my name is Patrice Horseman, and I am the supervisor for District Number 1.
District 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. It's my pleasure to be here not as chair, but as a regular supervisor. My name is Jeronimo Vasquez, supervisor for District 2.
There's nothing regular about him.
District 3.
Good afternoon, everybody. Adam Hess, District 3.
District 4. Judy B. Gay, supervisor for District 4. Yes, thank you. District 5.
Lena Fowler, Coconino County Supervisor for District 5.
Thank you, everyone. At this time, we have a discussion item before us, and the discussion items regarding update on federal state transportation grants and alternative funding programs that are being pursued. Public Works. At this time, I'll turn over to Mr. Bertelsen.
Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board. I'm here as a regular manager. I'm Andy Bertelsen, and here to introduce Gregory Nelson, who is well above average in his capacity as our government relations director. So we just wanted Gregory to introduce the item, as Gregory works on, as you know, much of the funding that flows through either the federal level or the state level or even the local level. And so wanted Gregory to frame this and give some perspective and then turn it over to Public Works. So thank you.
Thank you, Deputy County Manager Bertelsen, Chair Begay, and board members. Pleasure to be here with you today. I want to recognize Chris Fetzer with NACOG, who's joined us, as well as Kate Morley and Sandra Tavel with Metro Plan, who are here. We had been working with Deputy County Manager Bertelsen and Public Works as the Rural Transportation Advocacy Council's call for projects is open right now for the regional priority project list through NACOG and then the priorities through Metro Plan. These projects would be submitted to the respective planning agencies and then work their way through a review process, both with their technical committee, selected official, and executive management committees. And so we wanted to bring forward an item today where Public Works would go over their state and federal grants and projects in the pipeline to frame up a request that they'll be bringing forward to brief you on today as it relates to 89 and Burris Lane intersection for a proposed roundabout construction that would be entered into the Metro Plan region. We've also worked with the Navajo Nation Navajo Nation to give them a heads up about this. They can participate in the NACOG regional priority project list, and they've been communicated with both by the county and NACOG as well as the other tribes in the region. So just wanted to introduce the item and then turn it over to Public Works, who will go through the many wonderful things that they're working on as it relates to transportation planning, utilizing both state and federal dollars. So with that, Christopher Tressler.
Thanks, Greg. As Greg said, I'm Christopher Tressler. I serve as Public Works Director. And Chair Begay and members of the Board of Supervisors, we're here to present a plethora of different grants that we're pursuing. Some we've received notice that we've been awarded. And all of these grants, I believe, if we're doing our jobs right, have already been to the Board of Supervisors, like county policy that we bring grant applications to the Board of Supervisors and we get permission to apply for them. And the grants help us carry out our transportation mission and our goals as it relates to roads and the different transportation and traffic studies that we're trying to accomplish. I'd like to note that we do continue to work with the Navajo Nation, the Navajo Department of Transportation. We've helped facilitate a couple meetings, one specifically about the RTAC grant. So we can't apply for an RTAC grant for the Navajo Department of Transportation, but we're encouraging them and we're trying to get them the information that they need so that they might pursue an RTAC grant. So I'm going to turn over to Nate to talk about these different grants and the funding opportunities that we're pursuing.
Chair Begay, members of the board, thank you for having me here to go over the transportation grants that we're going after in public works right now, both federal and state. Before I do that, I wanted to give you an update on the Lake Mary Road Recreational Corridor. We've gotten all the signage that we came to you and talked to you about up earlier this year. But we had an opportunity with a chip seal project to do some restriping. So what we did is we narrowed the travel lanes down to 11.5 feet, and we provided a 2-foot shoulder buffer to help better delineate that shoulder and help keep separation between vehicles and multimodal users. It just got done on Friday. I was out there this weekend and on Monday, and I'm very proud to say that the operation of the bicycles are no longer hugging the edge line of the roadway. They're staying on that outside edge of the line, and vehicles are staying within that travel lane. So it seems to be working right now with the couple days that it's been up. That what we were intending it to do is it's performing the way it should be. After we have it down for 2 or 3 weeks, we'll go out there and we'll get speed data to see if the speeds of the traffic have slowed down with narrowing the lanes as well. So just wanted to give you an update on that. None of the buttons are working here. Thank you. Okay, cool, thanks. All right, federal and state transportation grants that we're going after, and then alternative funding programs and funding sources that we're looking at for projects. So overview of the presentation. Why are we pursuing these grants? What are some strategies for pursuing these transportation grants? The transportation grants that we're actually pursuing, then challenges, then a brief summary. I'm not going to go over too much of the summary. That data will be there for you. And then we can go over questions and discussion items. So what's the why behind pursuing the grants? The ultimate goal is to supplement our capital improvement program. So projects that we've identified in our capital improvement program, get grants for them. That way we can continue doing more projects. The intermittent goal right now is to conduct transportation planning studies and plans to inform the county of our needs and our priorities and cost estimates, so we can start programming these projects in our CIP and then start looking for grants to go after. Since the county has been extremely focused on public works, has been focused on flood mitigation stuff because of the wildfires, and then recently public works and flood control separated. We're now really getting to dive into transportation planning and kind of get a good plan for our transportation system. So some strategies for pursuing grants. We want to really conduct some good transportation planning and studies to identify what our project needs and implementation plan should be. We want to once we get those studies done, we want to pre-select projects that will compete well in grants, well in advance of funding notices. So the way we do that is we work very hard with MetroPlan, and I want to give a shout out to MetroPlan. I've sat on the MetroPlan before it was MetroPlan. What was it? FMPO TAC for almost 10 years now. Over the past probably 3 to 4 years, the amount of grant money that MetroPlan has been able to help bring to our area has been astronomical, and it's because of a lot of the work that they're putting in. So we work with Kate and Sandra almost on a weekly, if not every other day basis, emails between Sandra and myself and Stevan Ashley, and we're getting plans together. We also work close with NACOG and Chris's team from the transportation side. And we also coordinate a lot with ADOT, because a lot of our roads, they bisect with ADOT, so we have to keep ADOT in the loop and coordinate with them. So coordination between the planning agencies and ADOT are imperative to our ability to be successful in grants. So federal grants that we're currently pursuing. The first one is the Active Transportation Infrastructure Investment Program, ATIP. Then Safe Streets and Roads for All. We call that SS4A. Then Rebuild America Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity, which is the RAISE grant. And Highway Safety Improvement Program, we call that HSIP. And the Federal Land Access Program grant, we call that FLAP. And then the Bridge Investment Program, we just call that BIP. Okay, so the very first grant is ATIP. Here's some information on it. I'm not going to go over it. This is just kind of why it was set up through the bipartisan infrastructure law. Okay, so what are we looking at doing with ATIP? Right now, Stevan Ashley, back here, raise your hand. She's working hard within Coconino County. We're coordinating with community development and Parks and Rec, and also with MetroPlan and identifying, and NACOG with identifying and coming up with a multimodal connectivity network plan. So what this plan is proposed to do is connect unincorporated Coconino County with recreational areas, activity areas, commercial centers, industrial centers, and other unincorporated and incorporated areas within Coconino County. If we're awarded this grant, we'll move into a plan for a countywide multimodal network. We've done a bunch of little area plans, like Donny Park plan, Belmont plan that identifies multimodal. We don't have anything countywide. So we'll identify priorities and come up with an implementation plan of how we want to move forward with alternative transportation and multimodal implementation in the county. Right now, we're estimating this project to be between $900,000 and $1 million. And our county match will be about 20%. This application is due June 17th, and we're well on our way to having that complete. We're hoping to have it done by this Friday. That way we can submit it on Friday instead of waiting till the deadline. Any questions on the ATIP one before I move forward? But the next grant that we're working on, actually, this one we got awarded, the SS4A grant, the Safe Streets for All. This is a bunch of information as to how it's set up in the bipartisan infrastructure law. So we'll get into what we're looking at doing or why this is set up. So these numbers here are total U.S. fatalities and traffic fatalities, 38,000 in the year 2020. That's the most recent data that I was able to find. That's the equivalent of almost every week an airplane, a commercial airplane going down and killing everybody on it. That's what's happening on our roads nationally, which is basically unacceptable. Arizona fatalities, traffic fatalities since 2010 has increased by 70%. Then Coconino County, since 2017, we've had 283 fatality crashes in the county, which includes both ADOT routes, county routes, City of Flagstaff routes, Navajo DOT routes, U.S. Forest Service routes. 2022 is the most recent crash data that we have completely combined, and Coconino County saw 51 fatalities countywide, not just ours. Our roads were sitting right about 12 to 15 fatalities on our county roads. So this is the whole reason for this Safe Streets for All safe system approach. So we're looking at 5 different categories. We're focusing on safe road users and safe roads, safe speeds. Those are the 3 categories that Public Works is really focusing on and trying to include in our designs to help improve the safety of our roads. Some of the elements, again, are safe road users, safe vehicles, safe speeds, roads, and post-crash care. So the things that we're really focusing on right now are safe roads, safe speeds, and safe road users. So what grants have we been applying for and been awarded so far? Right now, we have a Coconino County Local Road Safety Plan that was awarded to us just a few weeks ago. The estimated total project cost on this one is $976,500. The grant amount was for $781,200. So we have a county match of 20%. Well, I'll get into this a little bit later, but the state of Arizona has a grant fund called Arizona Smart Fund. We're able to apply for federal match dollars for grants. So we applied for the Arizona State Smart Fund grant for this match, and we've been approved the match through the ADOT Priority Project Advocacy Council, PPAC. That advocacy might not be correct, but PPAC through ADOT, and now it goes to the State Transportation Board the end of June 21st. That meeting will be up here in Flagstaff for the board to decide whether or not to award that grant to us. I don't see any reason why it shouldn't be. So I think Supervisor Vasquez, you're going to be at that meeting, and we're coming up with some talking points for you at that meeting. So thank you. So where's our safe streets and roads for all gonna be located? So we're going to be, and what is this project going to do? We're going to look at not just crash or fatality crashes or serious incapacitating crashes. We're going to look at all types of crashes. We're going to look at possibility for crashes. So we're going to look at all of our infrastructure on Loop Road, Townsend, Winona, Stillman Lake Road, Mormon Lake Road, Lake Mary Road, Perkinsville Road, Garland Prairie, Old Route 66, Spring Valley, and Double A Ranch Road. Why were these roads selected? These are the roads that we've had fatalities on in the past 5 years. So these are our heaviest traveled and arterial and major collector streets that we are that we would have the best potential to see a life-altering crash, be a fatality or serious incapacitating crash or serious injury crash. So these are the roads that we picked, and we'll be doing these local road safety plans for. What will that help us do? It'll help us be able to identify future federal grants to apply for. And then when we're putting together our CIP plans, if we're doing a pavement preservation project or reconstructing the roadway, we're able to see, oh, this area needs upgraded guardrail, or the curves in this area need to be updated to current AASHTO standards, or the shoulders of these roads need to be built up. So it helps us scope out actual projects when we program them into our capital improvement program. So that was one that we've been awarded. So now we start looking at what's our next project that we're going to be applying for the Safe Streets and Roads for All project, our grant. The next one we're going to look at are safe routes to school and school bus stops. So we don't have a ton of schools within unincorporated Coconino County, but we have a lot of school bus infrastructure, and we have a lot of people walking to school buses. So we're after we get done putting together a TIP grant, we're going to turn focus to another Safe Streets and Roads for All grant to apply for a plan to identify school routes to schools and school bus stops. And then we're expecting that to cost between $600,000 to $800,000, and we'll have a 20% county match on that one. Once we dive into putting that application together, we'll be able to tighten down that cost, and it'll be due August 29th. Then RAISE grant. So here's some information about RAISE grant. This is 1.5 RAISE discretionary. I think that's supposed to be 1.5 billion for RAISE discretionary. Got the billion in there. So some things that we're looking at RAISE grant. Out on I-40, we've talked about the I-40 design concept report being updated. We are currently working with ADOT to do that. And whatever that recommendation is from the I-40 design concept report out in Belmont, we're going to apply for that grant for the RAISE grant. So right now, what are we doing out there to come up with a project? Public Works, we put $500,000 aside for updating the Belmont DCR. And then once these AZ Smart Funds came out, we applied for a $600,000 AZ Smart Fund grant. We were awarded that. So that freed up some money for us to do some other projects this year, including Harold Ranch Road low water crossing and the low water crossing out in Spring Valley. Then we have a county match of $222,000 to finish off that project. Then we're doing a Belmont intersection control evaluation. What that will do is if the I-40 Belmont area update recommends either a no build or they recommend a different TI with no improvements at the current TI. This study is looking at the current intersection of the three-way intersection of Hughes, Brannigan, Shadow Mountain. What improvements can be made there to improve upon the existing traffic interchange? And then we're looking at the roundabout too to see what type of improvements can be made there. So that would be included in the RAISE grant, depending on the recommendations from the I-40 DCR. So this kind of goes into a map of what we're looking at for each of those two studies right now that will then be rolled into a RAISE grant in the future. HSIP, Highway Safety Improvement Program. Here's some information as to who is eligible for it and where it can be done at, why it was set up. Projects that we have applied for, Coconino County has applied for this year. We applied for a loop road left turn lane at Forest Road 244A. I want to mention the HSIP is specifically for eliminating or reducing fatality and serious injury crashes. So we can't look at crashes or apply for crashes that are not fatality or serious injury for this one. It is a requirement to have a benefit cost ratio of over 2, which means for every fatality, the cost assigned to the state for every fatality is around $9 million, about $9.5 million, and serious injury crashes are about $500,000. So the cost of your mitigation to a fatality or serious injury crash, the ratio of your cost versus the cost of fatalities has to be 2 or better. In the past, I have not seen a HSIP project be awarded that does not have a benefit cost ratio of less than 7. This year, ADOT changed their application requirement. Before you could apply for a project if the construction cost was under or over $250,000. This year, they increased it to $700,000. So we'll see that benefit cost ratio drop this year because of that minimum construction dollar amount was raised from $250,000 up to $700,000. So the Forest Road, Loop Forest Road, had a benefit cost ratio of 3.6. So we'll see this year how much that benefit ratio drops for projects being awarded. But if it is awarded, we'd look at design in fiscal year 27 and construction in fiscal year 28. This is the location where that's at. Then we are also looking at systematic signing and striping upgrades on Lake Mary Road, Loop Road, Garland Prairie Road, Perkinsville Road. I think that's it. So that'll include speed feedback signs and increase the width of the edgeline markings and rumble strips on those roads. Again, those roads were chosen because those were the most amount of fatalities that we saw in our county system. Again, the benefit cost ratio for this project, 6.2. If we're awarded this one, we would expect to go in design in fiscal year 27 and construction in 28 if we're awarded. The local match on this one's only $2,280. I want to go back to this match real fast. I'm sorry. Local match for the Forest Road is $102,000, and the eligible HSIP funding is $1.7 million. So usually for HSIP projects and all state funded projects, it's like a 93%, 94% federal dollar amount, and then a 5% local match. So that's kind of what you see here. On this project here, the reason our local match is so low is there's certain mitigations that are eligible for 100% federal funding. So we have a $7.5 million project, or $7.5 million project here. Our local match is only $2,200 because of the mitigation strategies that we're trying to implement. A lot of them qualify for 100% federal funding, so we only have I think it's 5.3% local match on a small amount of the proposed mitigation strategies. So the roads that we looked at here again are Loop, Garland Prairie, Perkinsville, and Lake Mary Road. Then Federal Land Access Program, the FLAP program, is administered by the Federal Highway Administration, but a separate branch than what we would normally see that oversees like highway construction or highway projects, interstate projects and stuff like that. This is Central Federal Lands, so it's a grant set up to help out providing access to public lands, parks, things of that, national forests, things of that nature. So the project that we're looking at doing here is Lake Mary Road between north and south, Mormon Lake entrances. We're looking at extending the shoulders. Right now there's between a 4 to 4.5 foot wide shoulders. So we're looking at expanding that to 10 feet. And we're currently at 30% design right now. We just got a preliminary 30% design submitted to us. We're hoping to have 30% complete by the end of June, and we're expecting this next grant cycle to start in calendar year 26. So we should have a good idea of what we're asking for this next grant cycle for our flat program. The reason we're looking at Lake Mary Loop or Lake Mary Road between Mormon Loop North and South Lake entrances. If you look at Mormon Lake Loop itself, there's a nice new wide bike lane going all the way around it. So this would expand and provide a safer bike lane on Lake Mary Road to complete a nice long loop around the area around Mormon Lake. And then we're having some seismic issues. The road is built over some fault lines in this area, and we're having some seismic issues. So we're looking at going down and reconstructing the road to the fault areas and then installing monitors to see how the road's actually moving, so we can make sure that our road doesn't move too much to where it completely breaks apart and causes a catastrophic failure for us. So that's the reason that we're looking at Lake Mary Road in this area. So this is a location that we're looking at. And now the next grant is a bridge investment program. Here's some information on the bridge investment program, what qualifies for it. Fortunately for Coconino County, ADOT does all of our qualified bridge inspections. So a qualified bridge is a bridge that spans 20 feet or more. They do what's called an on-system and off-system bridge inspection for us. On-system is any road that is a major collector or arterial. Anything that's a minor collector or below is off-system. ADOT inspects those bridges for us once every other year. Our last inspection that was done, there was only one bridge rated in poor condition, which is the Volunteer Wash Bridge on Old Route 66 out by Pittman Valley. That one is the only one in poor condition. And right now, we just got 90% design plans for that one to be replaced in fiscal year 25. We're hoping to have 100% plans by the end of June, so we can advertise in July and award in July, and hopefully go to construction this construction season, the first or second quarter of fiscal year 25 for that project. So everything else we have is in too good of condition right now to apply for this bridge investment program. Right now, we are also looking at updating all of our bridge and drainage and structures inspections, things that are not quite bridges, but maybe are like 18 feet long. We're working on getting those all inspected right now, and we can have a good list of reconstruction or maintenance projects for any of our drainage structures that are not quite considered a bridge, but still a big structure. All right, state, any questions on federal grants before I move to state grants? Okay, state grants being pursued. The 3 state grants that we're pursuing are ADOT Transportation Alternative Program, ADOT Off-System Bridge Program grants, and then the Arizona State Match Advantage for Rural Transportation Fund, also known as the AZ Smart Fund. You've heard me talk about that a little bit. So the ADOT Transportation Alternative Program, this is basically their federal dollars given to the state to distribute out throughout the communities, and it's for multimodal, micromodal type transportation. So it's not necessarily for vehicular networks. It's to enhance pedestrian, walking, biking, things of that nature type program. So what are we looking at applying for right now from Coconino County? Skeeton Neptune school access improvements. Currently, we have a 6-foot wide separated sidewalk design along Skeeton Neptune that would tie into Silver Saddle at the right next to Cromer Elementary School. And there's a sidewalk on Silver Saddle that then would go into Cromer. This right now is the construction estimate is $1.3 million. And right now we're in the process of procuring right away. One of the requirements of this grant is that we have all right away acquired prior to applying for the grant. So we're working on procuring that right away. The next grant cycle is expected in August of 2024. So if we're done procuring the right of way for the sidewalk, then we will be applying for that grant. If not, then we'll have to wait to the next grant cycle. Off-system, ADOT off-system bridge program is very similar to the other bridge program that I talked about, except for it's for off-system bridges that are on minor collectors and below streets. Again, all of our bridges that we have inspected that are on the off-system bridge program, we don't have any that would qualify for this program because nothing's in the poor category right now, which is a good thing. Then the Arizona, I'm just going to call it this AZ Smart Fund. This is a fund set up by the legislature. There's a bunch of information here on it. Right now, for grants that the county would qualify for, when I put this presentation together, there's $3.9 million left in it. So there's quite a bit of funding left in it. So we'll keep applying for these funds as long as we have money left in it. So projects that we've applied for, the ADOT are the I-40 DCR Belmont area update. We were awarded $600,000 for that. The Safe Streets for All Coconino County Local Road Safety Plan, we applied for $195,300, our county match for that grant, and we were approved by ADOT PPAC, and it'll go to the ADOT State Transportation Board at the end of June to award that. And then the ATIP, we'll apply for those funds once we get the ATIP. We'll apply for those match funds once we get the ATIP grant submitted, and then once we get the safe routes to schools and school bus stops, we'll apply for the county match for that program. So what that program helps us do is the county's basically not paying for anything for our local safety plan right now. It's all grant money. Alternative funding programs, the rural RTAC, the Rural Transportation Advocacy Council. This is some information on it. The project that we are, let me go into kind of some of the needs for success for this project. Needs to be supported and submitted by local COGS and MPOs. Needs to be heavily supported by local elected officials and agency lobbyists. The agency should have a match for the project. The higher the match, the better and more attractive the project is to be selected to be in the bill. And then if the project's already designed, it becomes even more attractive. So again, these are state's budget. The state must budget this money and prioritize this money for additional transportation projects. So it's not really a grant. It's something, a bill that the state legislators will put up for vote, and projects come from a bunch of different MPOs and COGS. The county, we're going to be submitting US 89 and Burris Lane Roundabout project. It's currently estimated to be about 6.5 million. I have that in here. Sandra, I think I sent you something a little bit less than that. I think I currently have it at 5.5 million. I'm working on that estimate and trying to sharpen my pencil a little bit. The county has approximately about $1 million in fiscal year 26 for that match. This is a recommendation from an ADOT roadway safety audit that was requested by the county last year. So we got done with that safety audit probably 3 or 4 months ago. This was one of the recommendations for it. ADOT also submitted an HSIP application for this roundabout, but it only had a benefit cost ratio of about 2.6. So I'm not expecting that to be awarded. So we're putting this into our RTAC request for the county. So this is the location for it. Challenges. Public Works Division, we have about $200,000 budgeted for planning grants every year. This will only cover one planning grant. So when you're talking to lobbyists and legislators, the AZ Smart Funds is huge for us. If we're able to get these match funds covered through AZ Smart Funds, that is huge for us. ADOT will be administering the transportation grants for us on behalf of the county, mostly the construction ones. So the reason that's a challenge is it's not always a priority. So just making sure things keep moving on it. And there's just a lot more red tape than what we'd be used to delivering a project here at the county. And the staff workload, developing and managing projects that fall awarded. I mean, these are all challenges, nothing that we can't overcome and strive and do good at. Summary, I just provided a summary for you all so you can see if you have questions. You don't have to dive back through everything and look at the detail. So this has just a 2-page summary of the projects that we're looking at doing and then what we've been awarded so far. So I won't go over those line by line. Just information for you to have in the future if you get asked a question or if you have a question yourself. It's just some information that you have summarized up for your use. Any questions or discussion?
Are there any questions by any supervisors? Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. It's really good to see the good work that RTAC's doing. And in conjunction with NACOG, we really appreciate it. And of course, Metro Plan. I've had the pleasure of being chair for this last 6 months and a great team. They're doing great work and just really appreciate the overview of all the different projects because it's a lot and it's a lot to keep track of. So thank you for simplifying it.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Anyone else? Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, and thank you as well. And I appreciate the team effort with Public Works as well as with Metro Plan and our other agencies on this. It's exciting. We love it when we see we can get actually the job done for our residents for a quarter of the cost. The problem is the quarter of the cost. And, you know, I was just kind of putting pen to paper and it's about 1.4 million if we were lucky enough to get these grants for the matches. And then, of course, hopefully we could get some smart funds from the state to cover it. So my question is, and I know that this is not coming out of the general fund, this is coming out of our transportation budget. So I think what you're saying is, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there's only about 200,000 budgeted. So if we're lucky enough, am I right on that? Yeah.
Yep, there's only
Okay.
200,000 budgeted.
So if we are lucky enough to get these grants, and we love it, I mean, there is not one grant in here that is not going to be beneficial for our communities, is not going to make our roads safer, easier for travel, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So the need is certainly more than there and more than justified. The question is, how likely is it that we're going to, number one, get the grants, and number two, be able to get the Arizona Smart Funds for matching funds?
Yeah, so far we've been really fortunate on the Arizona Smart Funds and getting those matches. As long as that money sits there, it's going to be available. There's not a ton of people applying for those Arizona Smart Fund grants right now. Yeah, that's good for us. The projects for this year that we're really looking at for match is our ATIP and then our Safe Streets for All grant. So that would be a total of about $400,000 in match funds, and we would probably be I'd be very comfortable with the ability to apply for state AZ Smart Funds for it. HSIP projects, those projects are far out enough that if we're awarded those projects, we can move stuff around within our budget to make sure that we have the funds available for the safety projects. The RAISE grant, that is going to be kind of a different animal when we get out there. That's going to be so far out that we can plan in advance and look at other opportunities for making sure that we're going to be okay with those funds. Did you have something else to add, Christopher?
Yeah, thanks, Nate. Chair Begay and Supervisor Horstman. The 200,000 is what we're budgeted. And I think this begs the question or brings up again the expenditure limit, that we need to be conscious of what we budget for. And that that expending these funds are is somewhat problematic if we don't pass the expenditure limit. And this is an example of the expenditure limit. We're not asking to pass for more taxes. We're asking to pass so that we can spend money we already have. So we do have a fund balance that if our match is more than $200,000 a year, we can dip into our fund balance. We're also seeing every year increase in revenue that we expect to be a few $100,000 above our projected revenue for highway user revenue fund. So there is the ability to move some things around, but we need to work within the expenditure limit, even though it's not with the general fund. Both the transportation fund and the general fund both fall under an expenditure limit.
Supervisor Horstman?
Thank you, because that was going to be the next question. So thank you for going there. And I think that you're exactly right. When we talk about the expenditure limit, we are not talking about a tax. We are talking about actually a formula limitation imposed from a 1980 formula on what we can and cannot spend our already obtained revenues on. So I think that's really important. It's also really important to take a look at what, if our dollars can go farther, we want to make sure we can, number one, get those dollars and then be able to expend them for our residents. So thank you. I really appreciate that and really appreciate the overview. It's really exciting. I mean, I'm really glad to see this. Very exciting. Thank you.
Yes, no problem. Stevan, actually, I want to give a shout out to her. She's the one that's our workhorse in putting all this information together and all these grants together. Her very first grant application was the Safe Streets for All grant, and she was awarded it. So we were extremely ecstatic. And then Metro Plan, especially Sandra's help, she's been a keystone for us of being able to apply for these grants and providing us information and helping us make sure that we have good competitive grants. Then also NACOG does have resources that agencies can use to help write grants. Am I right, Chris? So if we get too bogged down in writing grants and too much, don't have enough staff power, then I'm a quick phone call away from Chris's staff and getting help to write some of those grants, and other agencies can use that as well. And then I think that's about all that I have. Thank you.
Supervisor Hess?
Yes, thank you, Chair. No, you pretty much answered all my questions. I really was curious as to how we were going to pay the matches, and you hit that perfectly. The raise grant was obviously my big concern being out there in Belmont and just looking at getting those updates as you get them. So keep us abreast on that, because that's where a lot of questions are happening, as you know better than anybody. And again, just thank you for the work you guys, all of you, everyone's doing. This is a lot of very important work, as Supervisor Horstman said. So, man, I can't say it enough. Just keep working that, and these are great. And we'll hope we can pay for it all, as we know. So, thank you much.
Supervisor Horstman?
Just real quick, I also wanted to put a shout out to our very own transportation representative from the Board of Supervisors, Geronimo Vasquez, I know, and also our chair, who have also been on Metro Plan and have really been working with Metro Plan as well as RTAC on getting the job done for us. So it's very exciting. And then also we have a new state transportation board member from Northern Arizona, Jamesita Peshlakai. So we as a board really are looking forward to working with her. I know that she has been a strong advocate for us in the past in Northern Arizona. We look forward to working with her as a strong advocate for Coconino County and getting some of these grants. So thank you.
Supervisor Fowler, would you like to make a comment?
Thank you for the presentation. These are really important projects. I'm really pleased to see that the projects is just across the board within the county roads, really looking at safety as well as even the bus safety. That's always been an issue. I know I've had several meetings with ADOT here in my district with the school bus pullovers, and then we don't have county roads in my district. It's just up where you had just mentioned. So, but I'm really happy that these projects will be happening, and hopefully they will. But you already have a really nice plan, and I really appreciate that. And yes, we have a new board, transportation board representative from Coconino County. Really happy that that's gone through and that she will be taking her seat, Jamesita Peshlakai, and we'll be working closely as we all do always do with the ADOT board and the ADOT staff. And I just want to also recognize all the partnerships that we have within Coconino County, those that are there and those that are not there. So we have quite a bit of networking that the Public Works does. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. I'm going to ask a question, then I'll make a comment. We're talking about safe streets and roads, and as you know, I've always wanted to see what we can do with the Star School turnoff. I visited that area, and there's not enough room for the bus to really turn around into the school there off the main highway. And the highway there's a lot of people that are driving really fast. Something is bound to happen. And so even when the buses are, the student is slowed up, they turn around and people have to wait on the side for the buses to go, then the other traffic starts moving. I really would like to advocate with any organization, any grant, anything, to see if we can get that addressed somehow, but it's really, really unsafe. And we did talk about this about a month and a half ago in one of the meetings that we had. So I just want to, keep asking for that. And then I just want to say thank you for the presentation. A lot of people involved, departments involved. I think that's the only way that we're going to get a lot of things done, and just being there for one another and helping one another. And so I just want to say thank you. The presentation is good, and I'm happy that, a lot of things are happening. And of course, money is always going to be an issue. But, that's so important to really go out there and really advocate and let people know out there about the expenditure limit and what it's going to be doing. So education is the key, to get the expenditure limit passed. So thank you very much.
Gregory, any words on government affairs?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that this roundabout project going through for RTAC will be working its way through the process, and if selected by Metro Plan, would make it into the bill next year. However, given the state resources that are currently on the table, we're likely not going to see appropriations, but part of what we're doing is educating and beginning that process that oftentimes takes many years. So even in lean years at the state, we'll continue to advocate for our critical priorities in Coconino County in the hopes that when the lean years turned into flush years, that we'll be ready to act and mobilize. So just wanted to note that we're continuing to see a state revenue picture that's pretty bleak, but we'll continue to advocate on the next year's RTAC bill. And then just to note that former State Senator Jamesita Peshalkai was in Senate Transportation this afternoon for her confirmation hearing, and we'll be monitoring that as it progresses along. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all the information that was provided to the board. Well, are we done with that now? Okay, thank you. Next item on the agenda, we have, we're going to be going into a flood control district board. Do we have a motion to go into the flood control district
So
as board of
moved.
directors? Okay, motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, abstentions, motion carries. May I have a motion to enter executive session to receive legal advice from the district's attorney regarding this particular item?
So moved.
Motion made, is there a second? Second. The aye.
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 Abstain, motion carries. We are now going to go upstairs to our little meeting room up there to go into executive session. Thank you. Okay, do we have Ms. Supervisor Fowler on? Not
No,
yet?
Chair Begay, she is not on.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and make a, is there a motion that someone would like to make to resolve as a board supervisor at this time?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion, there's a second. Any comments, anything? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Carries. We will now go into our regular meeting and I'm now calling the meeting to order at 6:02 PM. I'd like to have all the supervisors introduce themselves. District 1.
Yes, it seems like we've been here all day because we have. But anyway, it's good to be here as part of the regular session. Thank you for everybody in attendance and for those at home. My name is Patrice Horseman, and I am the supervisor for District 1 and the current vice chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Horseman. District 2.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Jeronimo Vasquez, and I'm supervisor for District 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. District 3.
Good evening, everybody. Adam Hess, District 3. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Judy Begay. I'm District 4 Supervisor and Chair. District 5.
She is not present, Chair.
Okay,
Begay.
so we'll go ahead and move on. The next item on the business is Pledge of Allegiance. Next, we will be doing the call to the public. We will now have call to the public to allow for any comments from the public. Please note that issues presented during the call to the public that are not on the agenda cannot be acted on by the Board of Supervisors. For items not on the agenda, individual supervisors may ask questions of the public, but are prohibited by open meeting law from discussing or considering the item. Only the speaker who has been called upon is authorized to speak. To encourage and respect expressions of all views, we ask that there are no disruptions. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes for their comments. If you have comments regarding a public hearing item, please wait to comment until we can get that item on the agenda. Clerk Daly will explain how the public can provide comments.
Thank you, Chair Begay. At this time, if there is anyone that would like to make a comment, you can fill out a comment form that is at the table near the door. Or if you've joined us virtually, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen and click on the hand. Or if you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. We do have one comment form from Jill Stevenson. If you want to come to the podium, I'll go ahead and set the clock for 3 minutes. If you can just state your name and address for the record.
I don't know how. Oh, yes, now it is. I just touched it like magic. Okay. Greetings, supervisor and staff, supervisors and staff. I'm Jill Stevenson. I'm a volunteer with Northern Arizona Climate Change Alliance, and I live at 1913 East Linda Vista Drive here in Flagstaff. And I'm going to surprise you with a different topic in the beginning. Last Saturday, when Supervisor Horseman presented updated information to the Cocoa Democrats about the Pinion uranium mine, we ran out of time to inquire about what we as individuals or as organizations can do to stop the mining and the hauling of radioactive ore through our cities and lands. If there are any actions we might take, please let us know. Flagstaff citizens need to be made aware of potential upcoming dangers and how to prevent them. On another subject, I am again here to urge you to consider electric vehicles or plug-in hybrids as replacements to ICE vehicles. During the pandemic, we saw a drastic reduction in carbon pollution. With transportation being the biggest source of planet warming pollution, transitioning fleet vehicles to electric could have a major impact. Massive public and private investments are now being made to build out a more reliable, extensive public charging network. New emission standards set by the federal government this spring will encourage the production of more zero tailpipe emission EVs to choose from. Ordering ahead of the replacement date could get around possible supply chain issues. And of course, there are federal monies available for EVs through the Inflation Reduction Act. Now is the time to lessen our air pollution, as well as set a good example for other public entities. Appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you again. If there's anyone else that would like to provide a comment, we don't have many people in the room, so if you'd like to come up to the podium, you can do so now. And if you joined virtually, you can hit the raise hand icon that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. Or if you join by phone, hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And at this time, Chair Begay, we do not have any hands raised.
We give it another minute, please.
And we do not have any hands raised, Chair Begay.
Thank you. Moving on, we have the Board of Supervisors consent agenda. All matters under consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by a single motion. Are there any items that the board members want to consider separately?
Actually, I don't at this time. However, I would make a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented on the agenda items 3 through 14.
There is a motion to consider the agenda item, consent items 3 through 14 to be approved. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. So we'll go ahead and take the vote now. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Abstain? Motion carries. We have an item here as a flood control district board. Is there a motion to go for that?
So moved.
Please. There's a second.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and there's a second. So we are now the flood control district.
Voting, all those in favor.
Okay. Okay, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Abstain? Motion carries. We have item number 15 is consideration and possible action to approve amendment number 2 to the construction manager at risk agreement from RFQ 2024-102 with Tiffany Construction for the spring 2024 pipeline flood mitigation project, Peaceful Wave Flood Corridor. Amendment number 2 provides for ineligible costs on the Peaceful Wave Flood Corridor for a total maximum guaranteed price of $348,116.88. Do we have any comments or is there a motion?
I'd make a motion to approve the consent agenda for the flood control district.
Motion's
Second.
been made and there's a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Oppose, abstain, motion carries. May I have a motion to resolve as a Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
Motion
Second.
made, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Now we have an item here for the Health District Board. Is there a motion that we resolve as a Health District Board of Directors?
So moved.
A motion made, is there a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Oppose, abstain, motion carries. Okay, now we have a Public Health District Consent Agenda, item number 16 through 20. How does the board wish to,
I would make a motion to approve the Health District Consent Agenda items number 16 through 20.
motions are made to go ahead and to approve the Health District Consent Agenda items 16 through 20. There's a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Abstain? Motion carries. May I have a motion to resolve as a Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Abstain? Motion carries. We have an item here, item number 20A. And we like to give it to Mr. Andy Bertelson.
Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board. Cynthia Nemeth, our Parks and Recreation Director, is passing out documents right now, and just want to applaud Cynthia and the efforts of her and the board and everyone involved in this grant of congressionally directed funding that we have been working on as a county for quite some time, and the award of that grant by our federal partners and agencies, and particularly thanking Senator Kelly as well as Mr. Stanton on this. And so I'll let Cynthia take it from here, but just really appreciate the efforts. So thank you.
All right, Madam Chair, members of the board, good evening. Cynthia Nemeth, Parks and Recreation Director for Coconino County. And I'm delighted to bring forth the project partnership agreement between the Army Corps of Engineers and Coconino County for your consideration and approval this evening. The agreement will release $3,300,000 in congressionally designated funding for the purpose of improving we're actually replacing an antiquated water and sewer line around the historic quad at Fort Tuthill County Park. The infrastructure was installed in the late 1920s. So this project will go a long way towards the modernization of said park of Fort Tuthill. As Deputy Manager Bertelson mentioned, the county has been working with our federal delegation for over 2 years on this project. First, we submitted the project to be considered under the designated, the congressionally designated funds. After we got a word, thumbs up from that, we applied or submitted the packet for the agreement. The application, I guess, is probably a better term for it, with the Army Corps of Engineers. They then gave us, well, very recently, yesterday, gave us the official thumbs up that we can begin moving forward with this project. The Army Corps of Engineers is the pass-through agent for the funding, as well as the managing agency for the contract, and will oversee or ensure that we're complying with the agreement that we've signed with them. We do want to thank, from the department and behalf of the county as well, want to thank Representative Greg Stanton and his staff for advocating for vital Arizona environmental infrastructure that resulted in $20 million worth of projects throughout the state, and we benefited from 3,300,000 of those 20. And we're also very thankful to Senator Kelly, who supported Coconino County and this project at Fort Tuthill County Park. And we also want to thank Colonel Baker, who ultimately signed and approved the agreement with the Corps, and with whose staff will continue to work with through the duration of the project. So after over 2 years, we've reached a significant milestone and can begin planning for the work that's ahead of us. These funds will allow for modern infrastructure and will allow us to tie into already existing in-ground water lines and sewer lines, and allow us to tie into the city's sewer, which we are already tied in, just the quad is not tied in. And the county expended about $2 million in 2021 to bring sewer to the park. So this is just a continuation of this modernization of our infrastructure. So this is an important day for Coconino County, and an important day for the future of Fort Tuthill County Park. I'm happy to take any questions that you might have. And before that, I would like to thank Supervisor Horstman, Supervisor Begay, Chair Begay for being there yesterday, and then the hard work that my colleagues have also, Greg Nelson and Lindsay Daly, who also were very helpful in seeing this swift turnaround.
Thank you, Cynthia and Chair Begay. I would also note we have been working while the congressionally directed funding for over 2 years. We've been working on infrastructure upgrades at Fort Tuthill for 15 plus years. And this is a great culmination of much of that work, as Sue and many others can attest. Connecting to the city utilities was a very huge effort on everyone's part. I've worked it from both sides of that issue. And so also want to thank the attorney's office. Cynthia's been in constant pester mode. I think that's an appropriate term for 2 years. We all have. And so then it happened, and it was hurry up and get it all together and make it happen. And so we shifted to that mode very quickly, and puts us all in a very difficult position, but it's a position that we're worthy of taking. So thank you.
And I would also like to thank Bob Holmes and Anna Ma, who has really great working relationships with the Army Corps, as you know, with the project here in Flagstaff on the Rio de Flag. But it continues that long tradition of Nexus Consulting's work with the Army Corps in delivering these resources to Coconino County.
Thank you for mentioning that, Greg.
Okay, Supervisor Horstman?
And this was a very good day yesterday. Not only does it complete the necessary replacement for Fort Tuthill, so badly needed, but it was a good day for Northern Arizona. The city of Flagstaff received $1.5 million to help them with the Killip detention basin after the museum fire. So it was a good day for little old Northern Arizona, and certainly do appreciate the wonderful efforts of Senator Kelly and Representative Stanton for their wonderful work, and obviously Bob and Anna. It was a good day for their clients, I will note that, and certainly appreciate all their advocacy and the advocacy of these board members too, back in Washington and meeting with Senator Kelly on this. So thank you, staff, my colleagues, and all those that were involved in this. It was really wonderful. So thank you, Cynthia, most of all. Really appreciate all and your staff's great advocacy on this.
Thank you, and thank you all. Thank you, all of you.
Okay, any other comments by board? Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, thank you. I just want to say congratulations. I know it's been a long time coming. Fort Tuthill needs these upgrades, and so looking forward to seeing them implemented and brought to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hess?
Yes, thank you. I just want to thank you, Cynthia. You've been working on this, and you made it happen, and that's very impressive. The trying to get through the Corps of Engineers and getting to them. They're out of LA, and getting them to see little bitty Fort Tuthill is quite an accomplishment, and I'm proud of you for doing that. That's not an easy task, and continue to do great work as you always do. And I'm excited to see them update our little Fort Tuthill here. So awesome.
Thank you, Supervisor Hess. This is a team effort for certain.
Supervisor Fowler, are you on?
She is not on, Chair Begay.
Oh, okay. So thank you very much. It was an honor to be down there yesterday and be part of the whole signing, and it was neat. A lot of other recipients that were there, and I think our issue was one of the ones that really needed the funds, because we had to make sure that we were in compliant. I think that was the biggest one of all, and certainly tying in, the water lines, sewer lines, whatever it may be, to keep everybody safe and everything sanitary. So just want to say thank you for all the hard work, and my colleagues and others that have worked on this, certainly Mark Kelly, and then also Mr. Stanton. I'm really proud of that they were part of this initiative and it was carried through. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair.
Action item is consideration and possible action to approve a project partnership agreement between Army Corps of Engineers and Coconino County for water sewer replacement at Fort Tuthill County Park, wherein the Army Corps of Engineers is the pass-through agency for congressional directed funds in the amount of $3,300,000 for a total project of $4.4 million, and ratified the date that signed of the chair of the Board of Supervisors were June 10th, 2024. May I have a motion on this action? 20A as presented.
So moved.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion's been made. There's a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Abstain? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda we have is a public hearing. Consideration possible adoption of resolution 2024-25 and resolution 24-27, abandoning an unimproved trail right of way and approving a corresponding final plat amendment for the Lakeside Park Cabin Site subdivision on an unimproved 6 foot by 97 feet portion of Kirby Trail in Mormon Lake. The property is south of Mosey's Trail and is within parcel 404-38-046A. The applicant is Schroeder Family Trust of Goodyear. I'm turning this over to Mr. Andy.
Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board, and I will be turning this over to Jess McNeely, our Assistant Community Development Director, to go over a brief presentation on the abandonment and subdivision amended final plat for this particular case. So thank you, Jess.
Oh, thank you. Thanks. No problem. And along with the abandonment of that trail right away would be an amended final plat. It's a separate resolution, requires a separate motion. Our property owner here, as this is dedicated public right of way, is the county. And the applicant is the Schroeder family. They own the parcel that essentially surrounds this unimproved trail right of way. Their representative is their surveyor, Martin and Martin, who's done the drawings and surveying for this project. And location is the Lakeside Park subdivision in Mormon Lake. Very specifically, this request is to abandon an unimproved 6 foot by 97 foot portion of Kirby Trail. A final plat amendment is required to document that trail abandonment. This process is required when public rights of way, such as this trail, when that is requested to be abandoned because it serves no public purpose. This trail was never improved. It has never served a public purpose since it was platted back in 1926. So the process to eliminate that as being public dedicated right of way would be this abandonment process. And the abandoned area is then transferred to adjacent landowners The Schroeder family owns the land on either side of this trail. This is a zoning map of the area that gets you oriented to where within the Mormon Lake area the Kirby Trail is located. This is an aerial photograph, and outlined you see the parcel owned by the Schroeder family, and you see that long, skinny 6-foot trail right of way in between, in the middle of their parcel, and you can certainly tell by the aerial photograph it was never improved. This is a photograph of the exact area where the trail right of way exists. Just for background on this case, this is pretty historic. This subdivision plat was recorded in 1926. The Kirby Trail was dedicated on the plat. Of course, the trail was never established or improved, and the southern portion of the trail, the lots immediately south of where we're talking about now, they were abandoned in 2010. So, and as we stated, the Schroeder family owns the parcel on either side of the trail abandonment. So it will be incorporated into their property. Public Works, of course, has confirmed that the county does not need this trail right of way. Here's the historic plat document, and you can see, well, we're not able to do, yeah, there it is, there's a cursor. This is the portion where the historic trail right of way was platted. It's kind of neat that we still have access to these historic documents. And this is a zoom in right there, showing where the Kirby Trail runs between lots 12 and 13 and 6 and 7, and the southern portion was already abandoned. This request now is to abandon the northern portion. This is the document drawn up by Martin & Martin that will be used to record this action. And for justification, county does not have a use for this right of way. The engineers have confirmed that the county doesn't need this right of way. And as we stated, the southern half has already been abandoned. ARS, Arizona Revised Statutes, allow the county to vacate a right of way without compensation if the right of way has no public use or market value, and the person receiving the abandonment agrees to maintain it, which the Schroeder family has. ARS also allows the county to vacate a right of way to the adjacent landowners, the process that we've outlined. These are the findings required for an abandonment as prescribed in the county's subdivision ordinance. The Planning and Zoning Commission was able to make these findings. And with that, in their public hearing, Planning and Zoning Commission made and forward a recommendation of approval of Resolution 2024-25 for the abandonment, and then Resolution 2024-27 for the final plat amendment to you. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Jess. Are there any comments by the board? Okay, there being none, are the applicants here? Maybe you could give them time to present.
It would either be the Schroeder family or Martin & Martin as their surveyors.
Okay, so this is a public hearing. The public hearing is now open. We will now take comments. When you are called on to speak, announce your name and place of residence. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. Please make sure that your comments are directed to the topic. Clerk Daly, please explain how those here in person and those present virtually can provide public comments.
Thank you, Chair Begay. At this time, if there's anyone that would like to make a comment on this public hearing item, you can make your way up to the podium here in the room. If you've joined us virtually, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. If you click on the hand, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will notify us that you would like to speak. At this time, there are no hands raised and no one at the podium. So we'll give it another minute. And I did check our comment box. We don't have anything in our comment inbox as either.
Since there are no comments at this time, I'm now closing the public hearing. Supervisors, are there any questions, comments, or statements of findings regarding the case for the record? Supervisor Horstman?
Yeah, Madam Chair, just a question and then I will make some findings. A question I asked for Supervisor Daly or for you, Jess. Has the county received any comments from the public, either pro or con, prior to this meeting?
No, Chair Begay and Supervisor Horstman, there were no public comments received by the county on this request.
Thank you.
And Chair Begay, Supervisor Horstman, we did not receive any comments as well in the clerk's office.
Thank you. Any other comments by board supervisors? There being none, may I have a motion to adopt?
If I may? Just if I can, just kind of set and establish the record and findings as presented by Jess and the information as presented in our packets. It appears that that the abandonment and or reversion of the acreage is in the interest of the general welfare of Coconino County. It appears from the information as presented is that the dedication on the plat has no useful purpose for the county, and that the abandonment of the trail right of way removes the liability for maintenance, and thus it actually is in the interest of the county. And two, that the abandonment and a reversion of the acreage will not unduly inhibit access to adjacent properties by emergency vehicles, the public at large, nearby property owners and public utilities, or affected adjoiners dependent on constructed infrastructure or utilities as stated by Jess. The trail right of way was never developed. On the southern portion has in fact been abandoned. Number three, that the abandonment and the reversion will not eliminate public access ways which may be presently in use or desired for future use. Again, as indicated by Jess, the right-of-ways were never developed, and the southern portion of the trail, in fact, has been abandoned. And then last, that the subdivided lands to revert to acreage are under one contiguous ownership. And again, this is not a reversion to acreage request. So we don't need to worry about that particular finding. So in light of the fact that we can make the findings to approve the abandonment, I would at this time make a motion to adopt resolutions 2024-2025 and resolutions 2024-27, abandoning an unimproved trail right of way and approving a corresponding final plat amendment for the Lakeside Park Cabin Site subdivision on an unimproved 6-foot by 97-foot portion of Kirby Trail in Mormon Lake. The property is south of Mossy Trail and is within parcel 404-38-046A. And the applicant has already indicated is Schroeder Family Trust of Goodyear.
Thank you. So there's a motion. There's a second.
Second.
The motion and second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, abstain, motion carries. Are now down to discussion items. Number 22.
It's two motions.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's to go back to, okay.
Go back to resolution 2024-27 would be
Oh,
the
okay.
final plat amendment.
Separately. I
Yes,
thought.
motion.
You did.
Right.
Oh.
So we covered resolution 2024-25 for the resolution that achieved the abandonment. The findings required for resolution 2024-27, the final plat amendment, is that is to amend the final plat is consistent with the preliminary plat. Oh, okay.
That's what I thought Supervisor Horseman was doing,
Got
is
it.
doing
Yes.
both motions in one
We did.
long sentence.
Yeah.
No, that's all right.
Yeah.
No, I think that's fine as long as the board votes to approve both resolutions and both actions, which was part of the motion.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we're good. Okay, discussion items, item number 22. Presentation discussion regarding update on the expenditure limit, permanent base adjustment to be submitted to the voters on November 5th, 2024. Andy Bertelson?
Thank you, Chair Begay and members of the board. With this one, we'll just take a minute to get our presentation uploaded, but wanted to take some time with you to talk about our expenditure limitation, educational process, the communication process, the action plan on Proposition 482. And the Proposition 482, it is a permanent base adjustment to the Coconino County expenditure limitation. With that, I believe Steve Peru, County Manager, is on the line.
Yes.
And Steve, if you have any
I am.
opening, yep, there you are. If you have any opening remarks.
I am here. Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Steve Prue, County Manager. Forgive my absence this evening. I'm down in Phoenix on county business. But to make some introductory comments before turning it over to the team, the Board of Supervisors recently put on the call for election the question regarding the county's expenditure limitation. This is an important, of course, all ballot measures are important. This is particularly important to Coconino County, related to our expenditure limit, which of note, since its enactment as a constitutional amendment in 1978 and 80, has never been, we've never taken it to the voters for adjustment. And so again, this is the first time since it's an enactment that we've planned to come to the voters through your call for election to ask for consideration of adjusting that limitation, and staff will go over that in a moment. I want to just call to your attention, I guess, three important words when we think about the staff's efforts related to the call. And the three words are going to be looking at awareness, outreach, and engagement. And so when we look at those three words, the report and the information that we'll be presenting tonight centers around those three words, because as an organization, as a jurisdiction of the state of Arizona, the county cannot take any action to influence any election item on the ballot. And so our efforts are related to education, awareness, and of course outreach as well. And so our commitment to our voters and to the community is to provide that information. So the outreach is important, so that we cast a pretty wide net related to providing educational materials. With that also is the awareness, because many individuals may not know what the expenditure limit even is. And then finally, the engagement from the standpoint of an informed voter is the goal, that individuals in our county have full information related to the measure and information related to our educational campaign. So I think with those comments, I'll close and turn it over to the team to present slides for your review, as well as for the public's review as well. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve. So Andy Bertelson, Deputy County Manager, and just wanted to preface the conversation with a bit about the expenditure limitation. It is the total amount of jurisdiction can spend each year, even if the revenues exceed that limit. So local revenues that are collected, if they exceed that limit, we are not allowed to expend to provide the services that we as a county need to provide with those revenues. Each agency has a base limit, and that base limit, as Steve had mentioned, was set in 1980 using actual expenditures from the 1979-1980 fiscal year. Now, we all know quite a bit has changed. The way we listen to music, the way we consume a video. So much has changed. And the services that we provide have become more complex. And predominantly in all of our systems, the roads that we maintain, our criminal justice system, the demand for sheriff's deputies, et cetera. So each year that base limit is multiplied by a population factor and an inflation factor to set the expenditure limit for each agency. So as you can see on this quick graph, the 1980 base limit was under 10 million. With that population and expenditure and inflation, it's upwards of 80 million, which our budget that we are recommending that you as a board approve, I believe, is 484 million in total. So the next slide, jurisdictions have increased their expenditure limit by permanently adjusting the base limit. We've seen this all throughout the state of Arizona. Coconino County has not raised its expenditure limit base since 1980. So that's about 45 years. So we, the county, have not done a permanent base adjustment. We have not taken this to the voters in the history of the expenditure limitation. And this would be the first time going forward that we would recommend we do that for the November election. Coconino County has reached its expenditure limitation and asking voters to permanently adjust the base expenditure limit by 7.7 million. That would increase that amount, and that would, I believe, in doing so, would allow us to expend the revenues that we have coming in for services for about the next 20 plus years. So wanted to give that context as we get into the communication goals. So with that, I will turn it to Lucinda Andriani.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. It's exciting to be here. As many of you know, we have been through three prior ballot initiatives, one in 2006 related to the jail district, one in 2014 related to the road maintenance sales tax, which is also related to this and pretty directly. And then again, 2 years ago to reaffirm the jail district. And we've made a really strong commitment as the county to invest and expend a tremendous amount of energy and time and commitment to providing education to our voters. This is fundamental to our democracy that we take every effort to educate voters about what is on the ballot, so that they can go into the ballot as noted here under the communication goals. They can go into their polling place, or if they're at home voting by mail, and feel confident that they have the information to make an informed decision. And we're very committed to that. And we have very high expectations in this county for communication and for education relative to everything, frankly, that's on the ballot. And this county's always taking that very seriously. So we're working diligently now to put together a very extensive both action plan as well as a very detailed communication plan. And Melissa's going to go through some of the detail of that. And we'll be working very closely with you to implement that plan, starting likely in mid-August. What we've found historically is that as the election begins to approach and people come back and kids are in school, a lot of interest then will start growing and learning more about what is on the ballot this November. So we look forward to that. We're going to need your full commitment. It's a lot of work. This is a lot of work to make sure that we're doing everything possible to provide the high level of education. So with that, I'll turn it over to Melissa.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Melissa Randazzo, Communications Director. And you saw some of our initial messaging and education at the beginning with the background, and now you've seen some of our goals. What I'm going to dig a little bit into is our audience and our tools and tactics. So up here, there's about 25 different audiences, and these are our main categories. Each one of these categories has a drop down of subcategories. And right now, we have over 300 subcategories listed as audiences throughout the county. So let's use an example. Is this work? Oh, good, I sounded weird. Okay, so let's take students as an example. If you get a drop down there, they could be divided into college and high school. And then you drop down with the colleges, we've got NAU and CCC. And then even within that, and with colleges, we also have local alumni, excuse me. And under high schools, we have seniors that are new voters and an opportunity to reach parents as well. So we also know that students are new voters, both in college and in high school. So we'll have to use very basic messaging with them and help them along and even help them learn more about voting overall and how to do it and where to go. So each of these audiences has been fleshed out. Like I said, over 300, and I'm sure there's going to be more. This is a living document that updates as we get more information. So if you see an item that's missing, please let us know. We'll add it, and then we'll add the subcategories to it. So next are tools and tactics. And these are the basic tools and tactics in communication. So there's a bunch up here, and they can be used at different points during the outreach program. And what we're doing right now that we have these listed out, we're matching these tools and tactics with audiences. So we look at each audience and say, okay, here's this audience. What tool and tactic would we use best to reach them? And that goes for the subcategories as well. So we're building a huge matrix of tools and tactics and audiences right now. And that will be a part of a larger plan. So if we go in with this student example again with tools and tactics, we can, let's see, have class presentations. You know, at NAU and CCC, there's political science classes, there's government classes, there's current event classes in high school. So we can provide information that way. We can have handouts for class. We can have articles in like department newsletters or school newsletters, like the School of Journalism or those kind of schools. And also articles in student-run newspapers are a good way to reach them. And there's also political clubs that they meet monthly on campus. We can also get contact with them and provide information. One way to reach a lot of different audiences, but this young audience as well, is info booths at community events that kind of cater toward a younger crowd. And again, if there's a tool or a tactic that you know works, and you know works for people that live in your district or Coconino County overall, just let me know. I'd be happy to add it. So what we have in development, we talked a little bit about this. Let me get to my notes. Okay, so this audience matrix I was talking about really lists out the who, how, when, and where. Who are we talking to? How are we talking to them? When are we talking to them? And where are we? And there's even one more step, is who's delivering that message and by when. So this fuller plan will be a communications action plan. And that will also include the community meeting plan. So we know when HOAs are meeting, we know when community groups are meeting, and we can get in on their calendars and then have that planned out as well when we need to be where. Even that's other city council meetings, boards and committees, things like that. And the event calendar is, again, those are those events where we can have a booth and we can educate a lot of people at once. And right now we've got about 30 that we participate in between now and election day in the county. And I'm sure there's more there as well. Like as you come across events, send them over. We'll make sure that they're part of the plan. And then a media plan will be part of that as well. And this is all about timing. We've got a primary election coming up. We don't want to roll out our big splash or any information or website or press release about the expenditure limit prior to that, because we'll have some confusion on, which election are we talking about? And so we're looking into August for a rollout. Any questions? No? All right. Who am I handing this over to? All right. Here you go. Lynette.
Great. Thank you, Melissa. And I just want to reiterate what Steve shared is that as county employees, we cannot advocate. We are here to educate. And so all these efforts are geared toward education. The one thing we don't want to come out of this with is people saying, well, I didn't vote for this. I didn't vote on this item on the ballot because I didn't understand it or I didn't know about it. We want people to be informed and then vote whatever way they want to vote. It's their right and their, opportunity to voice their opinion through their vote. And that's very important. Elected officials, such as the Board of Supervisors, other elected county officials, other elected officials can advocate. But so there's very much a distinction between elected officials and their role in this process and employees and those of us that are here tonight in terms of just being cannot advocate and must educate. So what's next up? One of the things we will be. Yeah.
Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, and just again, since this is a educational, we're now in a board meeting, and this is an educational process for hopefully members of our community that are listening. One of the things that we are asking, acknowledging that the county has reached its expenditure limit, yes, which of course does limit on what we can spend our savings, things in our bank account on for services for our community. So we are asking the voters to permanently adjust the base expenditure limit by 7.7 million. And it might be appropriate and instructive to explain how we kind of arrived at that 7.7 million. Certainly, I mean, there's a calculation that's based on, looking at what we would expect future revenues to be. And again, I want to really emphasize this is not a tax. This does not result in a tax increase. And so, but identifying what we would project our future revenues would be, and then identifying what is the limit that we need to be able to expend what we are collecting today, basically. And the situation that we find ourselves in 40 to 45 years later is that even though they do build in this formula with population, the costs, particularly in our area, are escalating much more rapidly than the average across the state. And so I think most people in this area are well aware of that. So many of the costs in terms of delivering services have increased. In addition to that, the complexity of services has increased as well. And there are costs that didn't even exist in 1980, like technology and things like that. So that calculation was made. The board made a decision about what level they wanted to put onto the ballot, and it's at the 7.7 million. So that's basically, and certainly if you want to go over that more detail, the next update we can have our CFO, Siri Mullaney, come and explain more of that as well. So if I can, it's just based, just pure and simple. It's based on our finance directions, projections of the revenues Coconino County is expected to bring in over the next 2 decades. And that would be, and then what is necessary to be able to spend this expenditure on the services that are needed here for Coconino County. Correct. This is all about being able to continue to provide the level of services that we have today. So what's next in terms of the whole communication, education effort? We will be coming back on June 25th and proposing ballot language, the specific language that will appear on the ballot. We're working with the county attorney's office on that now, and we'll come back to you for that. That has to be submitted to the elections department for the ballot by July 10th. We're working on key messages. What are the key questions that we know people likely will have about this measure, and how do we build a story that will help answer those questions and develop those key messages. You say brand development, it sounds like, well, we're marketing. Well, in effect, our society is, we are a marketing society now, meaning that we understand that brands and information have to tie together to create an understanding for people. So building that story about why is this needed? What is the purpose? What was the reasoning? And so forth is very important for people to be able to be educated and identify the information. There'll be a number of what I call base communication pieces, presentation that we'll be sharing with communities, community groups, a brochure that will go through the information, a frequently asked questions piece that can be shared. And then there's the formal publicity pamphlet, which will actually be mailed out to all the households within the county, as well as post office boxes, so that voters have a very explicit set of information that comes through a publicity pamphlet. That's a very, very important piece in terms of providing education to voters. And that's a requirement of placing an initiative on the ballot, is that you produce this publicity pamphlet. So those are some of the things that we'll be working on over the next month to month and a half. So with that, I'll turn it over to Corey, who will walk through the timeline.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. So going over some of the next key steps and important dates to put on your calendar. Lucinda had mentioned July 10th is one of the most important dates coming up. After the official ballot language is selected, we will submit that language to elections, so it is drafted and placed on the official ballot. From there, we will publish an official arguments for or against. This is an objective process. The arguments for and against will be published in the local newspaper of record. All of those arguments will be collected and published in the publicity pamphlet. Within the publicity pamphlet, we will have the resolution you adopted on February 20th, the official ballot language, a summary analysis prepared by your CFO of record, a detailed analysis, all of which will be forwarded to the attorney or auditor general for review around late July. They will have time to review the entire publicity pamphlet material and provide a return response. Once that information is complete, a thorough review of the pamphlet is complete, we will then push the pamphlet off for publication around August 20th. Around September 23rd, we can anticipate the publication to be received by Coconino County residents. And then other important dates to remember: voter registration. You're going to be receiving information from Coconino County Recorder and Elections about early voters and registration deadlines. And then most importantly, our November 5th election day. So these are just important stages within the process. Also contained within the publicity information, this is educational. It relays information to voters on how to register to vote, where to go for polling locations, and for more information on voter information. So it is strictly educational content. If there are any questions from the board, if not, I will hand it back over to Lucinda and Mr. Bertels.
Thank you, Corey. I appreciate the time. Again, we as staff will be working with you as the board to expand our list of organizations and community leaders as key components of the communication plan that Melissa laid out very well in terms of all the, and that's just a brief sample of all the organizations that can be involved. We'll provide information during meetings, events, and other key communication opportunities. And then as you are out in the public with various community groups, HOAs, Block Watch groups, et cetera, let us know the questions or concern raised by constituents, and we will work to answer those questions and help you answer those as we continue to convey the facts through the educational effort. It is an all hands on deck effort, and we can all be educators with family, friends, and colleagues. So with that, does the board have any questions, comments, concerns, observations?
Madam Chair. Yes, thank you for the presentation. I'm glad we're finally getting to this conversation and starting to talk publicly about the expenditure limit. This is so crucial that we pass this measure. Our county is getting to that point where it will impact us at some point if we do not get this expenditure limit raised. We are basically one disaster away from limiting us having the ability to use funding to do the type of mitigation that we did after Pipeline Tunnel Fire. And so we really want to make sure that we're educating our public about the potential impacts of this expenditure limit. And as was said, it's all hands on deck. So thank you, team, for working on this, and look forward to the materials as they come out so that we can advocate to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Ross. Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Any other questions by any other board members? Supervisor Horstman?
Yeah, I agree. I echo the comments made by Supervisor Vasquez. This isn't a tax. However, what it is asking our voters to basically allow us to be able to spend the revenue that we have to provide the services and for the needs of our residents here in Coconino County. And we have been working under a 1980 expenditure limit formula. It's extremely antiquated. What was going on in the 1980s is not what's going on now. And it certainly does fail to take into consideration the realities of modern county government. One example, which Lucinda Andriani also has alluded to, and that is, for example, the road maintenance sales tax. Our residents made a decision that they would tax themselves to bring revenue into the county so that we could provide road maintenance and infrastructure for the residents here in Coconino County. Now, again, that sales tax is not part of the expenditure limit, but the money that we spend using the monies obtained, the revenue obtained from that sales tax, the monies we spend for the roads that our residents wanted and even taxed themselves to have, that money is part of the expenditure limit formula. And obviously, the residents, said we want to tax because we want money spent on our roads. And if we do not increase the expenditure limit, it will in fact limit our ability to spend the revenue that we have for the purpose that our voters intended it to be spent for, and that is road maintenance and road infrastructure. So that's just a concrete reason as to why we are going to the voters and why we, as the board and as all hands on deck in terms of our staff, need to get out there to be able to provide the awareness, the outreach, and the engagement in order for us to continue to provide the services the Coconino County is known for and that we do provide our residents. So it's not a tax, but it's something we need to ask our voters to do so that we can continue to work for the voters. So I want to thank our staff for really making this a priority, and Melissa and Stephen and Corey, and really it is at all hands on deck. So I want to really thank the county staff. We're all going to be out there to educate our residents so they understand the importance of this and what it really does mean. And also my colleagues, I look forward to working together with my colleagues to get the information out. So thank you, Deputy County Manager, Lucinda, Sue, thank you all for your bringing this, and let's get it done. Let's get out there and get it done.
Any other comments?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just real quick, this is so important that the information's got to get out there. We as the board members and as you as the staff, we got to get out there. This education is beyond important, as Chair Vasquez said. So I really, really look forward to any talking points, any reach out, any community things I can go to really get out there and just educate, as we stated. This is for the voters, and it's important. And I can't stress how important this is. Thank you for the timeline. I think that's very important to the process, is we need to know exactly what our hit points are so we can make sure the voters are informed at the right time. So thank you, staff. Really appreciate it. And as we stated, let's get it done.
Thank you, staff, for doing the presentation. Certainly, I agree with all the comments that are made by my colleagues, and I stand behind them. And I just want to say that, you know, education is going to be the key. So that's our focus, and making sure that we know we get everybody knowledgeable and know what the expenditure limit is. And it's going to take all of us, you know, in certain capacities to help one another to get through this. So I just want to say thank you, Andy, your staff, and my colleagues here. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on. We have discussion and update regarding state and federal legislative and/or administrative matters.
Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board. Gregory, I believe, is here. He is here, and he has a brief update on state, federal legislative matters.
Yeah, I'll give a quick update. I know time is getting late. Former State Senator Jamesita Pashlikai was confirmed by the Senate Transportation and Missing Children Committee today on a 5-0 to 2 vote, 2 not voting. So we anticipate her nomination to go to the full Senate tomorrow at the earliest. So we'll be continuing to monitor that. We did craft 2 letters as the board directed to put out congratulating former Senator Pashlikai on her appointment, as well as Mr. Charlie Odegaard for stepping forward to be considered. So those letters have gone out. Mr. Odegaard is in receipt of that letter, and we're working on getting an official email address from the governor's office for Ms. Pashlikai. So we'll get that down to her as well. Another letter that went out recently is the City of Flagstaff put forward a grant request on making the Amtrak platform ADA compliant. And so we worked with Metro Plan to get that out, authored under the chair. In terms of the state budget update, CSA sent out a great update today. We continue to see that their state is going to solve their deficit by enacting large-scale fund transfers, issuing broad cuts to state agencies, and delaying capital projects. We don't know exactly how it will shake out. We do know that right now the JP, Justice of the Peace salary is a 60 to 40 cost share with the state, where the county picks up 60% and the state picks up 40%. We're hearing that there might be a 7% increase. And so the talking points really with the legislature is continuing to balance their budget on the backs of counties when they failed to maintain ESAs.
Just a quick question. You said increasing 7%. Is that changing the balance between 60-40, or is that saying it's going to be a 7% increase, which means we have to cover 60% of that 7% increase?
Oh, sorry for that. It would go up to 67%, and their cost share would go down to 33%. So it's about $29,000 is what we've estimated. But it is the same playbook in speaking with Craig Sullivan that the legislature has used over the years. It's just a note, we're not sure how this is going to shake out. There's been leaked spreadsheets that have been passed around the Capitol community, but it does not contain the statutory language that we would see in the appropriations bills that would be introduced. So we're continuing to monitor that. We continue to be engaged through Karen. She's been a great resource, had the spreadsheets up to us this afternoon, shared them with CSA. So we have a good working rhythm going in terms of sharing information so that we can analyze and anticipate financial impact to the county as the state makes decisions about their budget that have a trickle-down effect upon us. So we'll continue that effort and we'll make sure to keep you appraised. One of the talking points, though, I think is even though 29,000 may not sound like a lot, it is a lot for a small county, especially with an expenditure limit and especially for our inability to raise revenue locally due to the constraints of the legislature. So, their failure to manage their ESAs and failure to manage their flat tax will have cascading effects upon the county, and we will continue to engage with our leadership down there. So we'll keep you posted on that. That's the latest that we've heard on the state budget. We're not hearing much on the agency reauthorizations. We did put out a request for the Board of Technical Registry, which provides licensing for engineers, architects, et cetera, that they have a clean extension or clean 8-year extension. There's been maneuvers by the Freedom Caucus to cut down on these routine regular state extensions like ADOT. That's still up in the air, as you know, Supervisor Vasquez. So we're continuing to engage on that. We have not heard a lot. The legislature will be back in full session tomorrow, both the House and the Senate. So I'll be closely monitoring those proceedings and providing an update. The House was in last week. They moved the immigration bill through. So it will be on the ballot. And so we did provide talking points for the board, and Keith did send those out to the board as it relates to that. Speeding things up, because I know we're under time here, but just to note that we have endorsed the county on the Nagusa-Harder Wildfire Commission recommendation bill. Senator Stanton's office reached out. We're very thankful for the leadership of Senator Stanton for working with us. He's considering being a co-sponsor. And then Mr. Paul Babbitt with Senator Kelly's office today sent over the Ember Act in its final draft form that we've been working on as it relates to the harmful incident period to reform that. And so the incident period in the draft legislation would be held open for 1 year automatically. However, there's a provision that the FEMA administrator develop a risk-based monitoring plan upon which the administrator is directed to extend the incident period for the estimated duration of the risk or 5 years after the fire date. Right now, we have a 72-hour incident period. So this, even a year, getting to 5 years is significant reform. It's something that this board has been advocating on for well over a year. And we're making progress with that. And we're very thankful for Senator Kelly's office, and particularly Mr. Paul Babbitt III for his work on this. And then failure to act by the administrator within 90 days means that the incident period is granted an automatic extension. And the bill also contains a categorical exclusion for the NEPA process to implement watershed restoration. So we're continuing to mull through that bill. I will share a copy with you. To keep things short and sweet, one more update on CDS. Very pleased to hear from Senator Kelly's office that both Senate offices have elevated 4 projects for Coconino County. $894,000 for the Tribal Nation Services Center, $150,000 for the digital transformation to assist with the clerk of the board's records management of historic records, the county medical examiner's office for $406,000, and then the sheriff's communication improvements for $2.23 million. So 4 projects were moved forward by the Senator Kelly and Sinema's office. Want to thank both of their offices for working in partnership. This isn't the end of the road. This is the beginning of the road, but those senators have recommended these projects to be included into the appropriations bills. We likely won't get appropriations until December at the earliest. We'll probably be operating on continuing resolutions in the fall, and then potentially based on the outcome of the election, we may not see a budget until the next Congress, the 119th in January. So we'll keep the board appraised on these developments. And with that, I'll stand for any questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions by the board? No. There being none, I guess you take the next item. Are you next on the agenda? Is item number 23, discussion update regarding state, okay, we did that. Discussion and review possible direction regarding Board of Supervisors planning calendar.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Just real quick, today is June 11th. We are nearing the end of our agenda. On June 25th, which is 2 weeks from today, we have a meeting in which the major item on that meeting is the adoption of the budget. So we're looking forward to that meeting. Also, County Manager Peru would like to say a few things at that meeting as we continue to transition with positions here at Coconino County. With that, we have the Independence Day holiday coming up, and we know that we have so many events happening in our communities, and we'll be working with the clerk's office and all of your district directors to ensure that we have quorum postings for events like Juneteenth. Thank you. Yeah, there's a gala on Friday and then an event at the Murdoch
Posted
Center
it.
on Saturday.
We just, so you know, we just added all these events. So in your packet, it's different than what's on screen, but you can see on the screen, we've added the Juneteenth gala celebration on the 14th. Yeah, and then the
Oh, thanks,
Juneteenth,
Lindsay.
the Juneteenth Community Festival on June 15th, Pride in the Pines event and Pride Parade on June 15th, the Juneteenth Community Talk on June 16th, and the State Transportation Board dinner June 20th. Then June 23rd, the Pause for the Perfect Taste, High Country Humane. 27th, the Twin Arrows second annual stand down and recognition ceremony. And then the July 4th Flagstaff and Williams parades. So those are kind of the June and July events that we've just added onto the planning calendar and that have been posted for quorum.
Thank you, Clerk Daly. And if your district directors know of any other events, please let us know so we can post for a potential quorum. I believe there's also a laser light show in Tucson as well. So there's just a lot happening. We're very fortunate to be in such an active community with so many happenings taking place. We also have the Twin Arrows Navajo Nation Voter Coalition on June 18th. I don't know if that's on there. We probably may need to add that, Lindsay. So yeah, thank you. Elections Director Musta will be giving a presentation at that event as well. So we in Coconino County just continue to educate folks on the democratic process and our participation in it. If you would like, Gregory can give a brief update on the NACO conference, which you'll see on here as well, National Association of Counties. So Gregory.
Yeah, just real briefly, we did distribute on Friday our internal schedule to your district directors and have asked them to work with you to put that together. It was in our legislative update on Friday. So we're happy to populate that. And then another note on the conference, we will have 4 staff, including me, attending with 4 board members. And as we get closer, we'll provide talking points for board members as they have resolutions in their committee. We did receive an update from Greenlee County yesterday, and they did not want to join in co-sponsorship this year. There's no problem with that. Last year was a one-off where we had solicited Greenlee County's sponsorship on a forest restoration resolution, but we did not achieve their co-sponsorship this year. There'll be plenty of opportunity in the committee to engage with your colleagues on the resolutions. So
thank you, Gregory.
Those resolutions were submitted yesterday to NACO, and they've been put into proper form with the board member on the committee on behalf of the Board of Supervisors is how their naming convention works. So we made that adjustment.
Thank you, update, Greg. Next was a county.
Chair Begay,
yeah.
sorry to interrupt you. I just also wanted, worthy of note is July 30th, 2024 primary election day. So it's a big date that is happening. We are meeting less unless we have any special meetings in July. So that will be a major event for our community. And then looking currently to canvass that election on Friday, August 9th. We'll be working with Esler, the recorder's office, the elections office on the canvassing of that election as we get closer to the date. So wanted to note that. Apologies for the interruption, Chair Begay.
Thank you. Okay, discussion update from the county manager regarding possible community, regional, and administrative matters. Is that what we did?
I
now?
think,
Okay.
Chair Begay, yeah, I think
We
we've
just
hit the
jumped right into
highlights, and
it.
if we're missing anything, please let us know. But we
Okay.
are comfortable with our updates
Okay.
currently.
Thank you. We have roundtable. I will leave it up to each of the supervisors if they wish to do a roundtable at this time. If not, then okay, go ahead. Supervisor Hess.
Oh, no, the only thing I would like to state is the one thing we haven't talked about is D-Day. We just recognized that just the other day. It's been 80 years, and I wouldn't be a good veteran if I didn't state that we just went past something that was huge to everybody. So I just want to recognize D-Day. That's the only thing I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Hess. So we're done with the agenda items, and I guess we'll go ahead and adjourn now. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you all.